This looks like trouble, baby. These dudes are ganging up on me. These people must be crazy. Guess they don't know that I'm unstoppable. I never understood my enemies. Seems like they just wanted something free. Now they're all multiplying on me, and they're just time wasting, and you're my time waster. So I said, you don't know how I'm capable, and I don't know what you're looking for. You're trying to slow me down. This looks like trouble, baby. These dudes are ganging up on me. These people must be crazy. Guess they don't know that I'm unstoppable. Maybe I'll just give these guys some heat, and maybe taste the edge of cold concrete. And maybe you can finally shut your mouth. Don't make me have to set it for you. So I said, you don't know how I'm capable, and I don't know what you're looking for. You're trying to slow me down. I put face to face, put shit in its place. You wanna know it's coming true, and you're trying to slow me down. This looks like trouble, baby. These dudes are ganging up on me. These people must be crazy. Guess they don't know that I'm unstoppable. This looks like trouble, baby. These dudes are ganging up on me. These people must be crazy. Guess they don't know that I'm unstoppable. This looks like trouble, baby. These dudes are ganging up on me. These people must be crazy. Guess they don't know that I'm unstoppable.
I'm Mr. King Dice. I'm the gamest in the land. I never play nice. I'm the devil's right-hand man. I can't let you pass, 'cause you ain't done everything. Bring me those contracts, come on, bring them to the king. If you haven't finished your class, haven't worked assiduously, no, I cannot let you pass. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. He just what I say. The devil has his price, and I'll make sure you pay. I don't have time to mess around, and I hope you will agree. Bring me those contracts pronto. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me.
goes, chat? Happy Friday, everybody. December 9th. It's the weekend. Only got so many days left till Christmas. Do you guys know that there's actually a horror game that came out today? I don't know if you guys are keeping it up on YouTube or on Twitter, but apparently it's called Choo Choo Charles. Basically, have you ever seen those memes of Thomas, like Thomas the Tank Engine modded in, I think it was like Elden Ring or something? Not Elden Ring, but like Elder Scrolls? It's like something like that. Except, it's like a monstrous spider-esque version. And I guess the train's name is Charles? I have no idea. But it's out now. Am I gonna check it out? Probably on my own. But I've not been hearing good reviews about it. And basically, it's just a, it's what it is. It's just a meme game. It's a meme game, meme referenced as the big bad. And I was actually watching a streamer before this, who was playing the game. And, there was just a few concerns that I had with the model riggings of the characters in the game. But other than that, it looks like kind of stupid. Like a good kind of stupid, I want to say. An enjoyable kind of stupid. I don't even know how long it's supposed to go. How long the runtime for this game is. But who knows? That's out now, though. Go ahead, Steam wish list that if you want to. But for right now, we got some Ace Attorney to do. Because I'm telling you, this girl's gotta figure out what's happening with this last case in the first game. I'm curious. I want to know. I want to know especially if my husband oh, by the way, speaking of Sholmes, somebody forgot to go and get something, so I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Forgot to bring with me the good old spritz bottle. Which, I know, CB, I am due for a spritz. Just gotta make sure. Okay, we are set to go, I believe. There we go. There we go. One spritz for the other day at the Game Awards, courtesy of CB. Here you go, CB. If it worked. Hold up. There we go. Now it's better. Okay. Real time. Spritz time. Oh, God. Oh! Woo! That was full blast. What's up, Firebrand? Welcome to chat. You're right, Game Awards is pretty incredible. We had 31 world premieres. That was fun. A lot of cool stuff announced. A lot of good games that actually deserved some of those wins. Overall, whew, it was a really good time. Really, really good time. A lot transpired from it over the last 24 hours, too. Woo! Yeah, you're telling me that squirt was real strong. If I was sleepy, I definitely would be awake now. Okay! So last time we left off, everybody put their guilty verdicts against us. Once again. Because, you know, Von Sykes is just an absolute asshole, and he wants to do that to me. So now we got another summation examination to go through. Oh yeah, you went to bed though, CB. But the majority of us, when I was still streaming and talking with the friends, yeah, there was some random French kid who went up at the tail end of the Game of the Year award announcement, and he literally just mic bombed. He got arrested right afterward then too. It was bizarre. It was bizarre. And then of course Twitter blows up with all the memes about it. And then I think the follow-up from what happened today was now I could be wrong about this, but apparently he's like a Nazi supporter? Something like that? I don't know. But all I know is that that kid really should not have done what he did. That was a huge security concern. But enough about that. I need to make sure that another 16-year-old actually doesn't go to jail for the wrong reasons. This time around. Alright, jurors. I gotta convince you all again that this girl is not guilty. So, let's go. By the way, I have no idea how much more content of the last game I have yet to go through. I don't even know if I made it to a halfway point. I have no clue. I really, really don't. Because usually the last cases of Ace Attorney games are fairly long. So, I am just more than curious to see what the twist is going to be for this case. So, let's jump right in. And let's see what we can do. Oh boy. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. I just want to make sure. Do let me know, guys, if the audio is okay. If I need to be turned up a little bit. If the game needs to be turned down or up. Just give me a... Hey, okay. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. Like this section of this countertop here. Oh, you don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted the theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay. It would seem there is a little remaining room for doubt. Have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But then when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. Again! It's not fair. Iris? That prosecutor is being a meanie. Yeah, I agree with her. He's being a damn right there meaning. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. The little chap called me a murderer. I might as well pour my wine glass to that. Oh, you want to use a big adult words on this freaking 10-year-old? Oh. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage, while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Guys, he said fruity. You know what that means. You know what that means. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. I don't think I will take your sip. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. I gotta wake myself up first. I was kind of sleeping a little bit. Yes, my lord. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me. She would have not only memorized the dictionary, but also a thesaurus on top of it. Heck, maybe even the encyclopedia. Oh, hi. I see you back there. Hi. What you doing? You having a good time? You having a bad time? You having a good time, having a bad time, Nash? Yeah, we'll see about that. Alright, once a rogue, always a rogue. I say, different breed of us law-abiding citizens.
Hold it!
Alright. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Ah, well. Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces? The greatest military organization in the world! Yes, I am, actually. I am mocking. But I'm not gonna say that aloud. No, I'm simply illustrating my point here. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, true words have never been spoken by a man like this caliber. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. Well, when you say that, when you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, we should have a closer look at that. No, you're definitely right, Iris. You're definitely right. My husband! I hope you're doing okay in the hospital. Just a little longer. Just hold on a little longer for me, Sholmes, please. Please. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe, because apparently he has that kind of money. Iris, please, don't hold the gun like that.
We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we?
Okay, I'll put the gun away for now.
But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Yeah, that's the thing that I forgot to do last time. I wanted to examine this for McGilded.
For McGilded. That's the man you defended in a court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Bruno?
Yeah, or rather, mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
Well, that's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Also, whose blood is this? Could you imagine if you lose the case and Sholmes dies? Ooh. No, please. I don't want a freaking, like, Nanako scenario going on here. Where if you don't do it the right way and you don't win, he dies. I don't want that. No, no thank you. Is it a good consequence to a bad ending of a trial? Yes, that is. That's a really good idea. Would I want to see it? No, I wouldn't want to see it. I'd cry. Because I love Sholmes too much.
This is blood!
Yeah, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
And it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
done quickly, Iris, before the judge says that you cannot wield the weapon that you have in your hands in court?
In a flash!
Pachoom! Oh, it's green! It is that green color that's on the calendar, but we still don't know yet.
Ooh! A lovely bright shade again!
Wait, that color.
Well, what is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Ooh. So it's green. Okay, alright. No, it's McGilded. Let me take a look at those blood samples again. 4 blood samples. The green on the calendar, purple, blue, and now the green on the music disc. So whoever's blood this is the same. Excuse me. In any case, let's keep pressing on.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced?
Well, only 2 bullets are fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police.
When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner,
I always tell her to count the table settings.
well, that's logical, I suppose. Do I remember what happened before the trial? I'm gonna say a good 50-50 on the mayhem that happened. Especially with what happened the night of the murder. I'm gonna go good 50-50. To be honest, if you want to remind me again at least of like some of the important notes, go right ahead. Because if it's gonna help me, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves? Why not?
So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene? Could that be possible? There was 1 bullet. There was 1 bullet inside that killed Mr. Windybanks. There was the 2nd bullet. Oh, I do remember Eggert Benedict. I do remember that man, yes. I could probably prove it, yeah? Oh, allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet. Okay, maybe I need to do some finagling here first, because I don't think I have it. Because that was... Yeah, there were signs of a single discharge. There are signs that a single round was fired. Okay, so I don't have it yet. Which I mean... Alright. Unless... 4 samples of blood analyzed with a special... Unless... Maybe? What if I have the blood sample? Nah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so maybe there is a way that I can find a 3rd bullet? Alright. I'll have to press on a little bit more here then. You can leave it there for now, CB. You can leave it there for now. Alright. Knew that was gonna cost me, but that's fine. Yeah, you're right. It's been a long day for sure. For everybody in this courtroom. For everybody in this courtroom. Okay, so I'm wondering if I can find a 3rd bullet somewhere. So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye one, and a slightly different right eye one.
Exactly! Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions like I'm doing with my eyes now!
So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them?
I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dark.
Well, then how can you be so sure of that?
Think about it. Those Culkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they?
Yeah, that's been mentioned once or twice now. 3 times, 4 times. You love keeping reminding me that frickin' Shoals in the hospital, don't you?
Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it?
Oh, this is a waste of my time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Alright, so it seems to me like I might need to pit up the maid girl with somebody else.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do about this trial, sir? I know you're an old geezer, but come on! The defendant's life is on the line here!
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach.
Wait. If there's a 3rd bullet... Okay, alright, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Hear me out. There has to be 3 bullets now. Because 1 shot Wendy Banks, 1 got shot into the calendar, 1 had to have gone off because Sholmes got shot. So there definitely has to be 3 bullets.
It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
That is an interesting point. I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was that fella's name now? Lynch? No. Hairlock? Oh no, that's not. Hairlock?
Herlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Oh, yes, good.
Oh, I forgot he has tiny little anime eyes. God, from this angle, he really looks like Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho. Would you like some murder for Christmas?
It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
Oh, this is crazy. What are the chances of that happening, guys?
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot.
Sliced down the middle.
But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb.
Delicious.
And couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fella back up.
Did somebody remove the bullet from his body? Is that what I'm getting at here? I hate you. I hate you for this one, CB. I really, really do. But this one goes out to you. He bit the bullet, but he's fighting for his life right now. I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Soames hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and launched into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door.
I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Huh? Who do you think I am, Sonny? They don't call me Dr. Juror number 4 for nothing.
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
Oh, as soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake in a griddle.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What? 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 How did that happen? How did that happen? How am I on the same wavelength right now with Ryunosuke when that just happened? How? That's insane. How am I able to predict dialogue like this, guys? How am I able to predict freaking dialogue? I say something about a pancake on the griddle, and then Ryunosuke is just like, oh yeah, like a freaking pancake. I don't know how I keep predicting these things. I definitely didn't work on the game. I didn't do anything like that. I definitely didn't, like, dream of anything. No, I'm just... me. I don't know. That was weird. That was very weird. God, first it's happening, like, in Persona 5 Royal, where I'm, like, predicting dialogue, and now I'm doing it in Great Ace Attorney dialogue. Is the next thing gonna happen? Am I gonna predict more in this game, dialogue-wise? Am I just gonna be, like, a mind reader again, and I have no clue about it? Jesus heck.
Well, of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury.
No sign of the bullet had left. So there was a third bullet. There's a third bullet, guys. There is definitely a third bullet. What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Not like it's for plot convenience or whatnot. Where's an expert when you need it? This is very interesting. Let's continue to press these last two. What do you mean you're in for a busy day?
I forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop.
A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and type it out to the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Yes, like I'm furiously doing it now! Thousands of miles of cable under the sea, stop! Worldwide communication network, stop! Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe, stop!
Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she?
I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices.
I see. I don't actually see, but that's but I'm just gonna pretend like I do.
I'm sure I shall have to write the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Okay, let's just finish the trial first, shall we? Okay, so she's of no help. Let's try the Russian man again.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist? Good day! I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? Only this tiny little rat that I just recently befriended in the English streets. But yes, I do have much experience with guns. Simple I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent, path of, blood of, yeah, there's a lot of murder, I should probably say.
Ah, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps.
Why is it coming out of your mouth, though, Iris? Why are you saying this in particular? Hey, don't squish the mouse. Make sure he breathes. Those extreme violent bloodbaths. Just like the little 10-year-old said. How did she learn words like that? I thought you were a better father to this little girl. English is very difficult to tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about the bullets and guns, you ask me. I give you that knowledge. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. Well, he's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, it's possible, please, only in Russian language. I don't know if your country is able to teach that.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No. Still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man. There's a mystery about guns or bullets, apparently. Alright. So Van Sykes has managed to convince everyone.
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said. But he wasn't! And he hasn't!
We're gonna fight back, we need more material! We have to fight back! We have to turn this trial around again! Okay, so hear me out. I think I'm gonna pit the maid against the doctor. That's seeming like what's gonna happen. Because 2 bullets are found at the scene, you would say the whole case is done and dusted. And we don't, yeah, mystery of where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? It's a busy day. This is maybe I made shoes, so something I do not guys. Yeah, I think it's gonna be between juror number 2 and juror number 4. Okay. Only bullets. The mystery where the bullet end up is infuriating. I think it's these 2 that we're gonna have to start out with. I want to see what happens.
Objection!
Oh, maybe it isn't. Okay, so that's... alright. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Let me load that right back up. Alright, so it's not the girl and it's not the doctor. dusted. Pocket. Mystery where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Wasn't extra when you need one. Or is it the doctor? Is it the doctor and the Russian guy, maybe? Because if we can find I think if we find where the third bullet went to, we can convince her. The bullet ended up in fury. It wasn't expert we need. Okay, so I think it is alright. I think it might be these two. Maybe. Mystery where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? I am ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. I'm gonna try for this one.
Objection.
There it is. Okay, it's that one. Wait, what is this? Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Wow. So it's a bit more of a positive thing. Okay, maybe.
Oh, a ballistics expert.
P-ting. P-P-I-P-P. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, this thing, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Definitely not spelled like the English villain. No, it's nothing like that. It's pleased to meet you. There's apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? Yes. This is what they call my special interest. I will have to be very careful in what I say. I have seen a very similar situation in the motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along a mountain road in the freezing cold. Golly, I guess we're in for story time, everybody. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road, but was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Okay, Mento, no, don't ask too many questions about where he's getting this story from. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find a bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Psh, bullet never hit me. What do you mean the bullet never hit you?
Well, if it never hits you, why did you fall down?
A bullet hit a frozen wall of ice really close to my side. Then... is this subtly telling me that Sholmes actually didn't get shot or something? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced in my body. It made a deep wound that looks just like a bullet wound.
Good gracious.
Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted inside of me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. Don't tell me he got injured from something else then. Don't tell me.
But that doesn't answer my question at all.
Hmm?
The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Well, it definitely wasn't snowing inside the pawnbroker shop, but... just an idea. But we might not be looking at it exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno. Where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, where the belly button is. Your little belly button is.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have not noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. Can't you tell? I'm pouting. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
Oh! What, really? Excuse me, Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
So did somebody take it off of him? Things are getting more and more sus around here. There might be a murderer among us, guys. A murderer. And it's definitely not Reggie Fils-Aimé. If I may. Lord Van Zykes? Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Why? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes is injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah! Oh, thank goodness! I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Sorry, Gramps, but you are kind of getting more and more forgetful while you're sitting here. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Well then, can we see it?
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Holmes's pouch.
So what's gonna be inside?
I see. There's nothing in here but tissues. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it?
Oh, would you look at that? One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
Well, at least we solved that, and he's not actually shot. Thank God. Please don't do that to my husband. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected at the wall of shop. Wait, could that be why... Wait, could that be why that it's wedged into the calendar then? Maybe? I'm just throwing things out there. A delightfully complex aroma. This wine, that's what I'm talking about. Not anything else. It's too sweaty in here, to be honest.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. It has a bearing on my feelings, Van Zykes. I thought my man was gonna be dead.
The bungling and burgling brother shot the detective, and the accused had shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
Oh, why you gotta be such a Debbie Downer, Zykes?
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much.
So glad I could help.
Thanks.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. I made it with tender love in my heart.
Well, time to check that out then.
Now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence, so let's have a look over it. It could be valuable. And you can't afford to overlook anything here, Inosuke.
Not in the slightest.
All right, so it's been solved. I feel much better. So we can count juror number 4 at least out for right now. Let's check this thing. Okay, so first off, of course, the most noble thing, whatever this is, it's really scorched badly just there.
Oh, the strap is broken. Look.
This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
Aha! But I also want to look in the back. There's the 3rd bullet, guys. There it is. We found it. Oh, look! There's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something stripped through the leather with great force.
Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind.
Yeah, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Yeah, my man definitely took a beating, alright. A real bad beating. But at least he'll be pulling through. So, that's interesting. I'm kind of curious to see what the rest of this stuff is, though.
These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions.
Homemade potions?
Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things, and scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. I need to screen cap that. Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. I need to screen cap that later. Oh my god. That's not good, Sholmes. Maybe you should take that out every once in a while when you have investigations to go on and not like, I don't know, going to the grocery store or going over to your freaking pawnbroker shop for this kind of shit. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. How about both? Because let's face it, once again, Sholmes is a himbo through and through. No matter what, he is a big himbo. Probably up there in the top 5 himbos of Ace Attorney series. Because he's also competing against Gumshoe. And I know for sure, Gumshoe is definitely a himbo. No matter what. So yeah, that bullet. Huh? This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck.
As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that vial, there would have been a really big explosion.
A big explosion?
Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous.
Oh.
I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited.
I also don't want to imagine freaking Sholmes burning up in flames. Good God, man. Please. Note to self, always walk on the right side of Sholmes in future. The left is the danger zone. The left is indeed the danger zone. That is no good. Alright. Bullet. What the Iris, look! Behind where the broken file is. It was. Do you see it?
Ah! Oh, yeah, I kind of do, yeah. That's the Skulkin Brothers bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windy Banks that night.
We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that jeweler again, I think. Alright, I knew we were gonna try and find something. Alright. So if I remember, it was you!
Hold it!
Alright. So now we can confidently say, hey, we do have evidence that says there's 3 bullets. I can prove it. I can prove it this time. Allow me to show you the 3rd bullet. Booshka! Now I'll be confident. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes! On the night in question in Windy Banks Pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
Hold it, he says. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? Oh, you know, it was lodged inside Mr. Shelton's pouch. You know, the pouch that you kept in custody and that you just gave us to put as evidence.
I gave you ammunition.
Yeah, he did actually. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yeah. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. Get wrecked, Van Sykes. L plus ratio plus you're not smart plus haha, I'm smarter than you.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
I love it when, like, some of these characters interject with an just randomly. Minovsky does it. The judge has done it. The jurors have done it, just like, 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windybank, and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
And examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. And there's her eye. Hey, what's up, Em? But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency, wow. You're making me say a lot of big words tonight, Ryunosuke. Is somehow explained. We cannot and must not pass judgment. 'Cause where's the 3rd gun, guys? Ooh, there's a 3rd gun involved. But yes, to those of you who play Splatoon 3, I hope you enjoy Big Run this weekend. It is live now. I'm not ready for it. But we're gonna see how I do come tomorrow. Now go crawl back in your coffin there, Van Zygs. Be over dramatic if you must too. Order! 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 Maybe I should just make him say order! Order instead. I've got too much JoJo on the brain lately. While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. Are you telling me I was worth for nothing? As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! This is a first. Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. This is a turn of events. Hi, you two, and Inspector, still standing there. Witnesses? Yeah, Governor. Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We have evidence of you standing right behind Mr. Ryunosuke. Oh, we was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of a crime. What do you make of that? Make of it? I don't know that is it one of yours. God blimey! God blimey! God blimey! Not a chance! You know what? You know what, Neb? I would say that this is indeed a turnabout of this century. I love using this thing. Thank you guys for making me want to use this. Because I love using this silly little thing every now and then. In that case, did you have an accomplice? Yeah, where's, so we have we have Luigi, we have Mario, so where's, I don't know, Yoshi? What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! It's just the two of us! That's our trademark! How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? That's an it, Ratcha. Counsel for the defense. Yes, yeah, what you talking about? What am I doing? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet. And the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Excuse me. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. I'm gonna say really quick, because I don't know what's what. They had a secret accomplice and it's nothing to do with them. I think they did have a secret accomplice. On that night at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. Because remember the little hints they were saying that their heads were gonna be, like, in trouble if they revealed too much. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Plot twist, what if it is actually the inspector, and that's why he's standing there? That would be a really cool twist.
An accomplice, you say? Pigswill.
What is that? What does that mean?
These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wrath-like being exists, I'll crush him with my own hands, like I did that wine glass for the 50th time. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed, like the glass, once again. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, my weird hand motion, the identity of this superior's character. The Skulkins are lying. I know that. I know it. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. How am I supposed to do this? In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... I have no idea. I'm saving at every possible turn. Am I able? Can I do it? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's the inspector. I just don't know anymore. But I do need water. I do need water. Who else could have... There's a third accomplice. I can try and go for it. I can see what happens. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. Maybe.
So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
Okay, I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Would it be the blood samples or the bullet? I mean, I think it'd be the bullet. It'd be the bullet. The evidence is this. Unless it's not. Okay, so it's not that. Is it the blood sample? Shit. Okay, this is gonna be... Whew! Alright. Ooh, I gotta be really, really careful here. I thank you for your enthusiasm, Iris. I really, really do. Okay. I am going to... I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save before I perish! Okay, so if it's not the bullet, that there was a third intruder present at the scene. So it's not the bullet. It can't be the crime scene photo. Yeah, I'm gonna say the blood sample. Okay, it is the blood sample. The evidence is right here in this portfolio.
By Jove! That portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific.
Jeez, okay, Rushy Pants.
You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Which sample suggests that a third intruder was present? This one. This one.
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
Bloodstain?
Ay, ay, ay. Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? An alien, perhaps? No. It's something that's developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
By the great detective!
Well, someone's a fan.
New invention! Stop! Don't need appearance stories! Stop! It's this, you see. It, doesn't have a name yet, though. But this fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes. Everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. And I'm going to definitely look at blood like this. Ho ho ho! Ho ho!
That guy's such a weirdo, but I like him.
Talk of blood and cardboard? Stop. Very exciting. Stop.
Oh yeah, whenever somebody talks about blood, it's all hoot and hammy. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank.
Ah, a striking blue.
Yes, so you see the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's actually not unrelated. Not at all. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed.
Oh, by golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
You throwing another objection my way, Zyke boy?
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Okay, hear me out. What if it's, Eggy Boy here? What if it's Eggy Boy here? I feel like it is.
Take that!
I feel like this might be. The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel?
He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place.
When the accused had attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
Yeah, that's right. He got what he said. Yep. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict. then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. So tell me, did Benedict kill Windy Bank? Is that what happened? I completely forget Benedict's voice that I gave him. I'll probably have to give him a new one. Broker?
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes, she did.
The article in question belongs to me. I demanded for it to be returned at once.
Now that's a lie! What you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say,
God, I forgot. That's the movement he did. He's so overdramatic and so over the top.
any music box discs too.
I'll have to refigure his voice again. I couldn't remember what I had. Inspector Gregson was there at the time. I can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Mr. Windybank for a print showing the fella. Taken from one of those, red-handed recorder gubbins. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank that morning!
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Oh my god, wait, you're actually right, Neb. Eggert Benedict is technically the Yoshi, because Yoshi's the one who lays the eggs! Wow, can't believe that. I can't believe the mastermind behind it all was Yoshi, of all things. God damn it, Yoshi, and here I thought you were cool. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
I never seen the geezer before in my life.
On me life, God, on me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears all witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence! I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta go into my mind space, everybody. I gotta be one with the void for like a hot second. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. No, but here we go anyway.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Okay, so this is the big big jungle of all. We gotta figure out that Eggert is the one who killed him. The man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Wait a second, hold up. Where's the cat? Date deposited, 1 small box, 10 shillings. Issued from the pawnbroker by the victim, Mr. Windybank, in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. Genius representation, Petter. My husband identified as Mr. Mason's. Okay, that's the blood of Mr. Mason. Some freaking cat photograph. Okay. £1. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Manuscript. McGilda case notes. Let me see this again. I don't think. Fourth, surprise witness testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Not that. Autopsy report. Gina's not there. Maybe? Is it the music disc? Okay, so it's not the ticket. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim. Mr. Windybank in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. So that's the redemption ticket. That's the code. That's the box. It's not the blood samples. It's not the manuscript. It's not the case notes. It's the pawnbroker to tell the hound about the basketballs. Let me look at this one again. Okay. The name of this one is literally The Hound of the Baskervilles. That's the name of this case. Dr. Ferguson's death through a single bullet. There's no other signs of trauma. We have to prove that Egbert is the one struck by the third bullet. I think it's the music disc. That's what I think it is. Because he was very, very adamant about getting the music disc. And it's definitely not this. Person struck by the third bullet. And that was in his pouch. Let me look at this one again. This was issued. Okay, 328, 1 small box, 10 shillings. Okay. Presentation papers, detectives, pawnbroker's ticket, the coat. It's not the blood samples because we already used that. It's not the manuscript. I don't think we're going to have any use for the McGildick notes, and today's morning paper isn't going to be unless. No, yeah. No, that's not going to be anything with the paper. The autopsy report won't give us anything. I don't think it's the crime scene photo. So yeah, I'm just gonna go to the disc. I think it is. Take that! Because that's what he was after. I think I got it. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windybanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Let me flash back for you guys. Ah, but of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. Very well. God, this dude and his freaking poses. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. And she pushed him over. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness! A blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun. Or blaster, however you want to call it.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say! It's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. Yes! The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggard Benedict, who was in Windy Banks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Oh yeah, let's get it. They're going to jail. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggard Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of... I just can't get over this man's over-exaggerated disposition. Like, good God. He is so show-offy. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of deduction or some such.
Hey, he's not a god. He's just my Herbie.
And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona. Guys, he said the word. He said it. It's right there. It's right there in fine print. He said it. Fantastical persona. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. Wow, I can't believe he's dissing a 10-year-old in this courtroom. Yes, I will gladly diss a 10-year-old in this courtroom. So the blood stain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... Jesus Christ, his foot's going up on the desk! And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. I wasn't definitely gonna do that. Not while your foot was up there. Damn, he's distant Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Somebody's gonna be crying tonight. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
I'm glad you and I think of him as Father Christmas.
About he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Oh, good grief, what did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
How dare I be upstaged by a 10-year-old? Yeah, you're getting upstaged by a 10-year-old here, Van Zykes. How do you feel about that? Huh? Actually, no, she is 10, right? A 10-year-old! Zykes, you're getting upstaged by a 10-year-old. You... duty head.
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yeah, she's right. She has more optimism than I do, but I'm gonna go along with her.
Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
You don't know what else I might be thinking up here. But it really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Everybody in this entire courtroom got schooled by a 10-year-old. And you know what? For that, I congratulate her. Good job, Iris. Good job. You stood up a bunch of boomers. Mr. Scholes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. I won't miss a shot.
And after that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions.
Just.
So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Ooh! It's a 4-to-2 ratio. Let's go.
2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
Yeah, well, guess what? I'm the judge, and I can say and do whatever I want. It is my courtroom, after all.
If these jurors were persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
Yeah, sorry about that, Lord Ransax. As the kids say, get wrecked, L plus ratio plus get out of my courtroom or something like that. This trial will continue.
I've been ratioed. How does it feel, Sykes?
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably suggested that the subpoena of a new witness. Sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
You telling me he used a fake name? Is that what I'm getting at here? That's not his real name. Okay, well, that's a little more suspicious. That's for sure. Could I say something?
Who is that, please? Ooh, speak.
Oh, so sure.
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5?
What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector.
Yeah, yes. Me, ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Right, yes, this one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict?
Wait, do you know him?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay, so what's your relation to this man then, huh? Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... Do you know this man?
Yes. I know him.
What? No! Good gracious, he says in all caps! Order! 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 This is my courtroom. Juror number 5. How on earth?
I am a communications officer. Stop.
I mean, as we can clearly see. Oh my god, I never noticed this before. Do you guys see her eyes sparkle? Her eyes kind of light up when she's doing her communication stuff. That's a neat little detail.
The gentleman in the photograph is. Stop. Also, a communications officer. Stop.
He works in my office. Stop. Oh.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Maybe this feels like a term they called foreshadowing. Huh. But should I follow that gut instinct or not?
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he was a respectable job. He has a respectable job by day. Whatever he gets up to at night.
Yeah, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zykes, if you please.
I'm still recovering from my ratio there, my lord, but yes.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
Hi-ya. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Dismiss. Now, everybody who has been sitting for like 3 months can stand up and feel their legs again. Wow, this game is taking a turn. Okay, but I'm gonna take a small break to grab some water. I will be right back. I also suggest you guys, if you guys need to take some water, go ahead, take it if you need it, and a snack as well. I'll be right back. grabbed myself a little snacky, too. Just because I was a little hungry. And I was curious on trying one of my roommate's fake bars, which are actually pretty good. Gotta say. We have a whole hour now in the defendant's antechamber all to ourselves. What kind of shenanigans are we gonna get up to? That's my girl! That's my girl! I love her. Ah, Gina! How are you holding up? Of course, she still gives me the cold shoulder. Oh, hold on. Let me close my door. Let's close it all the way. There we go. Now, a little more of my voice will be muffled for the boys.
Jenny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
Because I'm giving him the cold shoulder. What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so odd? Likes of me.
What?
Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Or RHR, as we can call it. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's oh bless them. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got enough of your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent, though. Of course I can. I love her little pouty face. She's adorable.
Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Eh?
Runa's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
All the warm, fuzzy feelings in the inside of her are just like, I don't like this. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. So what did you do, Gina? After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the Windy Blank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like her. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris that sitting in a log with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea how that was gonna kick off, did I? No, not really, but I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died. I did. And next thing I knew, it was a gun. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving in the air like it, I don't know what? Waving it in the air like I just don't care or something. Oh, yeah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon? The hound and the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it though. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. No, I don't want it though. What do I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really bonded it or not though. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, okay, very well. You do have a gun pointed at me anyway. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? And then something big and bad happened. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Jenny?
'Cause she's a good friend. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me! Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? Did you bring them along with you, Jenny? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Oh, sorry. Alright, better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young lady. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when 2 shots were fired. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. Literally, it's confirming now that, like, Windy Bank was trying to keep Gina safe. And inadvertently, yes, he ended up saving her life. Wow. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Oh, because of that. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cob's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. You knew he was dead. Windybank was a goner. It's okay. You could say he was dead. It's okay. You could say it, Gina. I believe in you. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old god might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course they did! But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. This poor freaking 15-year-old, I'm adopting her. She is my child now. She is my daughter. I'm adopting her. I'm giving her her own bed and food and a shower, and I am going to love her. She's mine now, Jack. She's mine.
It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That car, what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict. Yeah, Mr. Clean Fancy Machine himself. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was there that night. Whoa! But we don't know his real name yet. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Goddamn, can't wait to see that smirk wiped off his face as he's going behind bars. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what?
You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny.
I love this girl. Mr. Naro. Oh, Odo. Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. Guess someone has to. I would trust you. I mean, have you forgotten what happened there before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Miguel did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him. Even though he was a killer. No. I could never forget that. It'll be a guilty stain on my conscience. And mine. And mine. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. At least he's dead. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the Urkel, for all you know. It's because I see it in your eyes, like a protagonist always says. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. And then my best friend, dead boyfriend, was able to help me out. You were? Before I left Japan. I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it.
Oh, Bruno. You're also an attempted murderer.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My dead boyfriend. My best friend. My best friend. Go ahead and make me feel things about Kazuma all over again, game. I miss this lad so much. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I miss this boy so much. I was so happy I cried. Manly tears. I cried manly tears. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, God, he looks so handsome in this profile picture. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. I hope wherever you are, Kazuma, I love you so much, and I miss you immensely. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And love, but and in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Love. Oh, so that's what it's like having a partner like that. Oh yeah, since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. I won't let you down one last time. Maybe I will or maybe I won't, but it all depends. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like McGilded. I know that. You're Scottish, you're not Irish.
That's right. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris! We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes, just what he said.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
God, you people are so weird. Mr. Naruto, Yes! Cry those tears for me, my daughter! Yes! Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. But you interrupted our family bonding moment. How dare you, bailiffs? How dare you? Our family bonding moment has to wait a little bit longer there, Gina. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew, only too well, just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew that she definitely was crying back then. And just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. I could have offered her a tissue, but no, the bailiff said, you gotta go into the courtroom right now. No more feelings, no more emotional bonding, no more social links raising up, yada yada yada. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. The duel that everyone's been waiting for. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Boyfriend. This is gonna get intense. This is probably the last bit of this case, guys. This is gonna be it. I'm gonna do a quick save while we're here. Just for old time's sake. Let's go. And I'm actually gonna eat this last Fig Newton bar. So I have to wonder about this last part, if this truly is the last part. Do you think Benedict is going to be hiding his injury in some way? Because I feel like he might. I feel like he might be hiding the injury that he got and sustained. Because he doesn't want to be convicted of the crime that happened. And he also didn't want to have it recorded down, too. Because if he's smart enough, if it was recorded down that he went to a hospital for a sustained injury in some way, it's going to be used against him. And doesn't that sound familiar to those people out there who played Ace Attorney games before? Because I remember one specific case in the first game that was in the last case that something like that happened. And I'm curious to see if it's going to happen again. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Or, you know, make my controllers connect.
It's a big mistake to trust Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
Iris, put the gun down. My lord, the supposed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. I gotta think of a voice for this guy. Mr. Eggard Benedict. Because I cannot remember what voice I had for him before. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. What if I just put him in a Yoshi voice?
Yoshi committed the crime.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. I cannot wait to find out what this man's name actually is. I really cannot. If it ain't Eggard Benedict, then what the hell is it? Okay, so you're young. Let me see. Let me get a little description of this guy. So, a young English gentleman with an aloof and high-handed manner. We don't know his age, but he definitely looks to be maybe somewhere in his mid to late 20s, I want to guess. So a young Englishman in his mid to late 20s, looking like this. Okay, I think I got something. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society. It is my pleasure to oblige.
Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about.
You were appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Oh, yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation, indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Well, this freaking hammer is not a joke! Well, very well then. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Why? What was that? Are you trying to play like a magic trick or something on us? I don't even know. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Oh, I'm so uptight and aloof. I am high society, is what I am. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Tut. I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found on the scene. Some scattermuch detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as a serious evidence. Okay. Alright.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Tut. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly, what did you call me?
How long am I expected to be detained here?
Well, if following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Oh, some small consolation at least.
Hey, let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. He has his tea to go to, and everybody knows that apparently in this time in Britain, afternoon tea is of utmost importance.
So you mean again, Mr. Eggert Benedict, even though that's not your real name? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. Jesus Christ, this man and his over-exaggerated, eccentric movements. I don't know who's more exaggerated in this trial now, guys. It's either Zykes or Benedict here. And both of them have their own unique kind of eccentrics, but I don't know which one is more outrageous. I can't decide. They're both kind of competing with each other, I want to say. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So.
free hat! It's mine now, taking it, Mr. Benedict.
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do it. We could just put it on Iris, because I think she looked pretty with it. I just can't believe he freaking threw that at me. He threw that right at me. I'm gonna do a real quick save too, just in case. It's always good to save multiple times. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking. Alright, let's start pressing these things, guys. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Yeah, Benedict. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe.
Objection!
What do you want to mean now? The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night.
Yeah, and?
He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious. Come on, man.
Oh, thank you. Because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. But maybe I can stare into his eyes long enough that he'll feel intimidated by me. Do you feel intimidated?
It's slowly working. I bet it's gonna work. He'll break eventually.
Yes.
Hold it! More than likely. Have you seen these two men before? This pair?
No. I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict, of all things. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. As you can tell in their showy movements. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway?
God, he just gets beaten left and right now. First from freaking Van Zykes, now Eggert is just like, what's this foreigner doing here? Leave the man be! You leave my man alone!
Well, needless to say... Damn, freaking pressing him is not getting much!
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? Do you have some evidence? Your silence is telling. Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
Okay, what do you mean by that, Zykes?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
Okay.
You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
What are you doing? What's with your what's with this show? I can't. Good God, I am so sorry. You had to deal with this, Ryunosuke. All of these eccentric villains, I want to say.
He can't handle it. I would love to think of what Iris is thinking right now. Why all these people have these strange, erotic, and really bizarre movements. And she's probably like, why can't I dance like that? I'm gonna have moves.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But am I not the only human to have blood running through my veins? Am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of those miscreants. Well, every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I gotta assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Excuse me, what's this up with you, Nash? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, the taller one, the one right next to you. Right, I've had enough to hear with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know you're not Big Bruv Sulky. I don't know why you keep standing next to the brothers to think that you're a part of them, but you do whatever you want. I'm talking about the Waluigi lookalike, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
God blimey! You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the courtroom, aka the classroom?
We thought. I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
Wound again? What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be sealed up yet. So I was, I was rooting for him and, oh, elves bells.
Nash did a big oopsie doopsie. He did a big oopsie doopsie. That you did. A big whoops-a-daisy. What did I say? Kind of thing. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? He is hiding an injury. Oh! Oh! What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. Yeah, what you got there, man? Want to show it to the classroom, huh? I might be playing a little bit of Big Run after, later on tonight. I probably will. But it depends, because I know tonight, when all of us are done streaming, because I know Ellie's streaming right now, we are going to Wawa for food, and we are going to watch some JoJo. So I might be playing, like, later on tonight. Maybe, like, 1 a.m., 1:30. It depends. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm. Or thereabouts. Yeah, so why you holding it there, Graydon? Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently collapsing with your right hand, as if in pain. Show the classroom, Mr. Graydon. No. I refuse. Well, at least he's honest about that. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such evasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I am completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. This guy feels like an old-time definition of a Karen. Not gonna lie. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like the last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. You can tell in his eyes he's just that amount of pissed. So, Scarecrow Detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. And many such outrageous accusation. Do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Last press. Let's see. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
Well, objection to that! No, you were not. You were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking. Jesus. Oh, okay. Hello.
Excuse me.
Inspector? Do you have something to add, Inspector? Only the fact that this fish and chips are pretty good. Come again, sunshine? You were there too, in fact. Weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. With your fish and chips. Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself with the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Well now? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! You're an inspector! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Windybanks.
Yeah, that's right, of course, I just got that. Yeah, you're right.
Indeed. And the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
We caught you on camera there, Graydon. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied the fact. Okay. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Yeah, and you're not gonna say anything to that, Gregson? Nope. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Something's fishy about all this, and it's not the fish and chips. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Gotta love those guys so much.
Yes, they were the key to take it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Yeah, good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Alright, natural verification of using pawnbrokery. Collide these thugs to break into the place of the night of the murder. Attention to admitting such an outrageous occasion. Serious evidence. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment when a man was killed. Okay, so... excuse me. Let's see. I think it's probably something between these two statements. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Bottom line is, you never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. And I think it's this one. Because yes, you do. That's his code. I think it might be between the music box disc. Does this say anything on here that this is, yeah, we know that's somebody's blood. The box. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. The disc. No disc used to play music in a mechanical box. The coat. Okay. So right now, I think we're either... Jesus, this is stuck over here. I think we're either gunning for the disc, or I think I'm gonna try the ticket. Because the ticket is a bit more of, like, conclusive, definite evidence that, yes, you had some part of... has some part of a relationship with this establishment. And the coat is something that he wanted to pick up. Owned by the victim, owned by the victim. I'm gonna try this one first.
Objection!
Okay, so that's not it. It's not the one with the blood on it. So then maybe we can try... Let me try this one then.
Objection!
It's not that one. Okay, so it's not that. Maybe it is the disc then. Okay, maybe it's the disc. So it's definitely not. Huh. So it's not the tickets. I guess it is the disc. Because I don't think anything else makes sense to use. This disc is what he had to go and pick up.
Objection!
There it is. So it is the disc. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? Maybe. This disc was, until the day of this murder, in pawn in Mr. Wendy Banks' shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. That mysterious somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? No, it wasn't. No, I'm going to L plus ratio you back. As I've reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. Well, it may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes! Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Hey buddy, can we see your thumb? For a nice thumbs up. Yeah, buddy? Yeah, nice thumbs up. He doesn't want to have a thumbs up with me, guys. He doesn't want to do a thumbs up. He thinks he's too cool for it. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, remove your gloves, right now. Take them off. For the courtroom. For science. You refuse to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Oh, you hurt my pride! Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. Wait, what do you mean by underestimated? This is a courtroom. So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Was I right? He's also keeping his hand behind his back. Notice that. Order, order! Order, order. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Oh, do you want some flashy movements of mine? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. oh boy, I can't wait to see how he's gonna mess up this one. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The next testimony. The disc. And that's another time to save. Just in case. Just in case. There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accuser, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Okay, so why was that orange text highlighted as the question? Something to note of.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGiddle, did you say? The famous London philanthropist?
Yeah, the one that died in this very courtroom 2 months ago because he was acquitted of a distinctly messy murder and he died in a freaking fire? Let's not forget that, guys. Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Oh, this is bad. Okay. I don't know. I think this is like really bad in terms for Ginny's case. Wait, now that we know his name, do we actually have an age for him? He's 27. Okay. This is bad for Gina because McGilda freaking blackmailed Gina to do all this stuff for him, and then he died. Gina must know this guy must be associated in McGilded, with McGilded. So Ginny must know this guy as well, in some way. And since he's living, that could mean really bad things for Ginny. Really, really bad things. This poor girl just keeps getting targeted and into such bad messes with bad people. She has the worst luck. I'm so sorry, my daughter. I'm sorry this happens to you. You shouldn't have to go through this at all. That's why I'm adopting her. She's mine now. Ginny is my daughter, no matter what.
I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. What the hell is on there, though? That's my other question. What is so important that is on this disc that it's literally like a life and death situation if you have it? I hope we can play it at some point. I think it'd be really interesting to hear what is on it.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
Well, in all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will now commence your cross-examination, please.
Alright, time to catch him in the act once again. Gotta figure out what it's gonna be this time. Because we can't use the disc as evidence now.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? You're not even wearing your hat, sir. Why did you try to tip it like you did? My God. As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. Of high society fashion, as they would say.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
So you claim that overcoat was yours?
Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket.
And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded."
I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So the disc in question...
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. Until he died.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Ginny didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Ginny's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Well, let's leave it alone for the time being. Especially that statement. Okay, something about the redemption ticket stolen from me by the accused on the day in question. Okie dokie. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade looked at the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the salubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Excuse me, sir, please don't say you're kind. Excuse me again. I am burping up a storm tonight. My bad, guys. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
That's a bunch of nonsense.
My learned friend is a veritable fount of nonsense. Nonsense?
Yes, nonsense. I concur with the prescription. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing this way. Is that clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. Then I will continue my testimony for what possible use it can be. When are you gonna break, boy? When are you gonna... I cannot wait to see how this guy's gonna melt down. Can you imagine it, guys? Is he gonna really crack and snap like an egg? Because I think that'd be freaking hysterical.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So then you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket. You chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pickpose. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
He'd say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Rawr! The police took police. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to McGilda's case as evidence.
Excuse me.
Hey, Inspector, what you doing over there, huh? What you doing? What do you mean? Well, the last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Then let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
Oh. I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. Okay, theory time here, guys. Theory time. So, McGilded's dead. He burned in a mysterious fire. No one knows what caused it, and no one's been able to figure out who done it. Theory time here. I'm gonna throw this out there, because all this stuff has got me thinking now. Eggert was familiar with McGilded. So what if something happened between them, which wound up with Benedict setting the coach on fire with McGilded inside, thereby killing him by burning him alive? That'd be an interesting plot point if it were true. If it is true. Because they have a sleazy kind of relationship going on here. And it wouldn't surprise me if either of them just kind of like underhanded the other in a way that, hey, I don't care if I kill you. If you did something wrong to me or if you took something from me, I will kill you and claim what's mine. So I highly think that Benedict is the one that killed McGilded. I think Benedict is the one that started that fire. And that's what I'm gonna say right now. That's what I'm gonna say now. Time mark it. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. One that we know too well.
Where are you going with this, Van Zykes?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out when we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
You're gonna make me crush my fish and chips here, Van Zykes? How dare you? The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
Ah, I see. Don't tell me we're going to bring the Lord Chief Justice into this case. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zykes here. A spoken, untold rivalry, perhaps?
Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, Let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Okay.
Hold it!
Wonder how we're gonna get him in this act. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. Well, in that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble before our eyes.
McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windybanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
Well, the police were obviously after anything left behind by Miss McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Garridon is lying in his testimony. Alright, so I'm wondering now, as I once again save the game, I'm wondering now if it's got to do something with the last statement. So, in the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. So in other words, you had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. You had no other reason... No other reason to go into the shop that night. Wait, or hold up. Redemption deadline, April 15th, 10:30 p.m. That's April 13th. And that's April 15th. Okay, so could this... I'm wondering if this is it. Maybe. No, hold up. Because he already said that the redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. So he proceeded once to the shop in order to explain the situation. At the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. And it can't be the disc again, because we already presented that. I don't know, something about this is calling to me. Either one of these. Because you were gonna go... This was the one... Yeah, this was the one to get the disc back. So he had to come back for the code. I'm gonna try the code.
Objection!
Okay, it's not that. Okay, so it's not that. Alright, let me reload that again. So it's not... Alright. It's not the ticket. To explain my situation, redeem my article. And then, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, you have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. So it's not the bloody one. It's different colors. This is an omnibus. Conviction was assured with 3 witnesses. Crime scene photo. We didn't get that 11 a.m. photo in our evidence. It's not the bloody one. Yeah, so it's definitely not that one. April 13th. To break into the shop later that same night. It was the 16th that it happened, though. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that I think I'm not getting it. That, because that's the redemption deadline. April 13th. So we had to get it back then. That wouldn't work. I could try it, though.
Objection!
Oh, it is! Oh, it is! It is the other ticket! I like the fact that I am on the line of it. I have that line of thinking. It's just that I can never get the right evidence. I can never get the right evidence. This disc was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that. And you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
He's not having it! Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
I objection, your objection! Sorry, my lord. Wow. Oh, he threw it back in your face, Van Sykes! That's not true. Excuse me, don't you dare call me that, friend. Too bad. Get ratioed. Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windy Banks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh, this hurts my pride as an Englishman. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windy Banks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh, my pride! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that, yes, you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Okay, he's got a good point there. Yeah, he does. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means for some reason, this Scraden fellow needed the small box that very night. Does it?
Objection!
Shut up, you 10-year-old! It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes? And a little less, murderous as well? No, but I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. Wait, what prints? Well, these prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. And according to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. At 2 a.m. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Interesting. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Oh, are we gonna get the scope out? Are we gonna get the scope out? Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints? Thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Guys, we're being haunted. You know where we're being haunted? The Thinker statue's right there. We can never, ever escape the Thinker statue. No matter what, he is always going to come back. Always. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. The yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ow, my back! I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. Oh, do you like my interpretive dance? I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking.
Yeah?
I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
What? Thank you for the hydrator dihydrate there, Em. I could use another.
So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
No. Actually, I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Can we use a piece of evidence like the scope that we have for this? I'm gonna use a piece of evidence for this. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
Well, I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. He thinks there's something wrong in this photograph. I think there's something wrong with him. That's going through his mind right now.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. What piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Obviously this.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Ooh, this is where my time to shine! Yes, you've got the bucket last and you can't resist it, can you? Ooh, you've got the cross-eyed composure!
Juror number 3. What a surprise!
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us.
So,
Here we go. Now, look through the eyepiece.
hello, what's that? I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel, right this second. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Right there.
Take that!
Right there. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What? I've had my men look over that clean sweep.
Yeah, but you didn't look at it like this. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. Oh, that's right. It moved a little bit. I saw that. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Oh my god! I can't believe we have it up to his face! That's actually really funny. That's actually really funny to look at. Van Zyke's just looking at these pictures through this ridiculous looking scope. To be honest, this almost kind of mirrors
the meme that we got going up here on the chat, too. And he's still looking at it, too. Oh, I didn't hit the judge! By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! I didn't even know my eyes could cross like this. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. I say as I point my hand enthusiastically.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was?
Huh?
So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Okay, so McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yes, it does. It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
Well, the crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
Are you suggesting that we have to open the box to find out?
Yes. I'm saying we should open a small box to see what's inside. Maybe we'll get a surprise that'll help us later. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
I just have to think what the jurors must be thinking about right now. Like those two people who are, goddamn, we're having a stare down. Okay, guys, break the tension, break the tension. Oh, you break the tension, especially freaking Benedict. They both want me dead. I know that for a fact. They both have murder in their eyes, and they want me dead. Especially Benedict boy. He wants me especially dead.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykes.
This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nibbonese specialty, it would seem.
What are you trying to say by that?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery.
Excuse me.
Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly what he said. I couldn't put it in better terms. Thank you then, Mr. Prosecutor.
It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. I'm going to have my 75th glass of wine for the day, if you don't mind, your lordship. Mr. McGildy perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So, I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
Is that supposed to be me he's talking about, Bruno?
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. I swear to God, if they're gonna be putting in their freaking guilty verdicts, I swear to everything.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
Of course it is. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Goodbye, Glass. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, I'm thinking really hard. I'm using my brain juices.
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yeah, of course, yeah, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all of that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Which is gonna put us in a bad light. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Jenny...
Could it be that Van Sykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno?
I say a lot of things. Some things I don't know if I really actually believe, or some that I don't really remember saying.
Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Yeah, I think I said that before. Maybe like once? Twice, maybe? 3 times is a rare opportunity. Alright. The exact significance of the things that Gilda deposited with Mr. Windybike is something that only Gina can explain to the court. You have to put her on the stand, don't you? Yeah, but if I put her on the stand and testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. So, what's the right thing to do here? This is a toughie, guys. I don't want anything to happen to Gina, but at the same time, it's gonna help us. Ooh. I think we're gonna have to put. I think we have to bring her out. I think we do. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will leave on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. Yeah. I'm aware of everything, yes. Lord Van Sykes, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. You don't have your hat on, sir. Stop it. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. You're not going anywhere, eggy boy. All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
She gonna need all of it. She gonna need all of it. That's for sure. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. I definitely need some drink of water. Ooh. Alright. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. I had such a strange thought right now, and it probably isn't true, but wouldn't it be a huge plot twist if those two were related somehow? Just because they both have kind of like the blonde hair and the bluish eyes going on? That'd be weird, right? The omnibus case was, intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are, excuse me, again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Sure, I guess you could say that. So allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. That poor, poor man. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. Yeah, this was a wild case, I remember. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, he died. Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. By proof of flames. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. Oh, Jenny, please, Jenny. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Yeah? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, nope, not say, nope, don't you dare. Nope, no, that. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Van Zykes, I swear to everything, what are you doing to this girl? What are you trying to do to this girl? And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. There's something... What are you doing to her? He's like mansplaining, manipulating her at this point, and right now I just want to put my hands around his neck and choke him! Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. How old is this girl again? Let me check. Oh yeah, 17. She is still a teenager.
Jenny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now!
Iris?
We're on your side!
Don't let him mansplain, manipulate you, Gina. You're better than this. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbors secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Yeah, unaware of that. You don't know how he blackmailed me. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zyke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Let's go on Gina's wild ride! Yippee-doo!
Truth is, that brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream over me head, and that pet on the roof deck went out to call the slobs. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch. Not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up most of the wicked schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
Well, you're wrong. The lot of you, Mr. Nada, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, now these guys are all gonna say guilty.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really snitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yeah, the defense made a terrible error of judgment back then. I really did. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilded's Pawn articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
Oh, now he's putting the student on. Because he remembers I am but a simple 21-year-old. Or somewhere around that age.
Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. All I can do is slam this hammer into my desk. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see what we can find out. Time to press everything once again. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? What? Hello? Wait, what? Wait. What are these two doing right now? Are you guys... Are you guys having like a secret conversation or something?
What kind of gossip are you speaking, huh? Why can't we hear it? I want to know what's going on. What secrets are you saying to each other, huh?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about the money or something. They kept talking about the buying and not the buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared back then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
yeah, that's what gave me away.
And then the disc was
Hold
there.
it!
Interesting. Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove line on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilden picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
It told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Scream, yeah, I went all to call the slops.
Hold it!
All them sloppers. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. Those guys. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver put up all the horses and the guild that got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
Yeah, those 2 are definitely conspiring something. You just know it.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilden, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. That poor old man. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves right. What did McGilden and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
All right.
Hold it!
that pawn shop, obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Counselor. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Well, indeed, Lord Van Sykes.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Not there for right now. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do it, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yeah, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed some brass in his face. He went running off with a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. And then he threatened you.
Hold it!
Lovely. Threatened you how exactly? He told me I'd only be able to scrap her if I did exactly what he said. Which, you know, why isn't anybody else here in the court noticing that Egbert and the inspector are kind of like talking to each other? Why can't that be pointed out? Like, why can't the judge be like, hey, what are you two talking about over there? Face the trial! Face me! I'm important! Yeah, that's it. And there is one other thing he said. Which was... he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
Ticket? Well, I never!
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit at Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Huh. Anyway, after that, it let me go. So I liked it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Jenny's really putting her faith in you, Bruno.
Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial is over. What's up, Colby? So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I could.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? Thank you! Thank you, Iris, for pointing out the obvious that these two are conspiring or talking about something. You see how many times witnesses lie in these games? I know, right? I can't trust anybody here. Not even myself.
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Huh, yeah, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Oh, did you see the game the other day? Can you believe those guys on the rugby team? Oh, I know, I couldn't believe them either. I tried to bet all my money, but I lost it all on a single play. Huh, sucks to be you, Inspector. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. So somehow, we gotta get those guys to stop talking with each other. Interesting. Well, let's see. I pressed everything that I could. Oh, you think it's really simple, Colby? I bet it is simple. But you know what's gonna happen? Is I'm gonna overthink it, like I always do. Let me see here. That Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin, the omnibus the whole time. Irishman dragged me up from the seat. I saw the disc on the floor. I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went up to a couple slops. So when McGillis slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Wait, do I have to... Wait a sec. Do I have to go and press all the statement... Do I have to press the statements again? Ooh, hold up. Let me try that.
Hold
I
it!
have to press them all over again. Storage compartment. Because now that we recognize that they're doing something... I have to say... They're not responding. Let's see. I wonder something. They keep talking about buying and not buying. Okay. Just keep an eye on it to breathe, and all of a sudden I heard noises. Okay, so we couldn't... But usually, isn't it usually when somebody reacts to a statement? Can you just pursue somebody when they don't react? Because I've never had that happen before. That's the only thing. Oh, really? Really? Well then. Really? That's funny, actually.
Hold it!
That's really funny, actually. Hey! Excuse me, guys. Can you pay attention? Hey, is there something like you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Yeah, hello! Pay attention to the courtroom! What's happening here? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! I am requesting your attention! Blimey, you were trying to give me a heart attack? Both of you, actually. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Do you not understand that this is not a first-grade classroom? We do not spread rumors and gossip and tattletale like little 5-year-olds in a courtroom. So tell us, what is the discussion about? Share with the classroom. Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one out, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady jet like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Stop conspiring against me, you two. It's not nice. It's not nice.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Council. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. You're just gonna just watch me suffer, Colby. Just watch me suffer. That's the real enjoyment you want to get out of this. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point that this disc is clearly and extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket, though. I mean, the coat died right after his trial. I knew that. I thank you nonetheless, Colby. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
It's true, it's true. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGill was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Like kill you. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably gonna sell it though. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
It's true, thinking isn't any crime.
My lord.
Oh. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
The box is here, everybody. My Gina Lestrade is Scottish. Absolutely Scottish. Okay, we're getting to the mind space. He's going to his happy void. The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I knew there was a to be continued coming. That's like the 4th one for this freaking trial. My god, my god. Damn, man, what's gonna be inside the box? I hope it's like a finger, or maybe it's a little doll. Who freaking knows? But guess what, guys? That's gonna be all we're streaming tonight. Because your girl here really needs to rest her voice. A lot. 4 hours of voice acting does a lot on your throat. So, thank you everybody for coming out to the stream tonight, for supporting the stream in general, and for hanging along. I'm definitely gunning to finish this game. To finish the first game, at least, before the end of the month. I'm gonna have some time to stream it next week, and I'm very, very excited to see what's gonna happen. So, until I see you all next time, once again, thank you for coming. Colby, I'm so sorry you came in just as we were kind of wrapping things up. But next week, there's definitely going to be more Great Ace Attorney streams. And hopefully, cross your fingers, next week is when I do finish it. So who knows? But until I see you all next time, have a great weekend coming up, guys. Enjoy yourselves, stay warm out there, and stay hydrated, because that is exactly what I'm going to go and do after I stream. After I'm done. I'm gonna drink like a whole thing of this and probably pop 2 or 3 cough drops in my mouth. My throat needs it. Bye, everybody!